Hey guys, welcome back to my stream. Today is 2022 November 28, 22, 22nd, 22, and I just have one lecture from university, that is micro analysis. I am not prepared in this lecture in this course, but yeah, but I feel like I must review lots of content of this lectures slides. Okay, let's just strictly start. I remembered like in the courses that I wrote my notes in this Pelican notebook. It looks a little bit childish, like in kindergarten, but it's actually for painting and so on. But I felt like it is very writable, so I just got used to it. Yeah, I just start to use it. No reason. Okay, today I ordered mocha in the new coffee machine in the faculty of my university, and I felt like instead of coffee cream and schwarz coffee, to say black coffee, the coffee mocha is a little bit too light, and it is like cappuccino and full of milk, and without very strong taste. But actually, but actually, it doesn't wake up me. So and a little bit expensive. Or it is not very expensive as another one, like coffee cream or black coffee. And it is €1, so I got €1 back. It's actually more cheaper than the normal coffee. So wonders me, because absolutely from my point of view, the coffee, at least you must wake others up in order to let them have courses. But in this case, coffee mocha can not do this work actually. So yeah. Okay, I will review the notes. That's the notes which I taking in the class. I think it is the main point, but it is only one side. One half side actually, only till this part here. And during the lecture, I don't think I really focused as I expected, because the notes which I wrote down, that is more or less more description words instead of mathematic words and so on. Okay. Because it's too loud, so I will close this small watch. Only maybe when I go to university, I will bring this, and otherwise, I think it is too loud and it confuse someone when they just want to get focused and so on. Now it's 2:15, and I will initiate this watch and turn it to 12 o'clock, and then from study to calculate the study time. Oh no, I do not need to take that out. Just it's just from this. Okay. Okay, here is something interesting. That's the problem for first problem, which I always think of what actually is value. I don't mean that directly search the meaning of value or definition of value. Besides, I mean that today in the course, the professor mentioned that the value is price. Actually, it is right. A price can define value, but price cannot define value at all. And price is only one representation form of value. So yeah, so in this sense, it is um, a little bit interesting to think of, and so on. Today is from definition 4. The 1, 2, 3, I guess I will write in the katekata. This one here. So maybe I'll write it later. And the definition 4. Okay, guys, I got a request from a questionnaire from auto.de. As you guys maybe know, maybe not know, and the auto.de is a online trader. That is a platform for selling goods, and it is like kind of Amazon, and it is not very like eBay, but the goods which are available, that is very real, and it is not like Amazon or eBay that a lot of options to choose. Like in auto, I don't mean that anymore. Auto, I mean that the uh, online shopping platform auto. So yeah, let's just have a quick let's just have a quick answer of this questionnaire. As they said, it needs 3 minutes time. So yeah, it's in German. So let's just get a quick start. I hope that will not very time consuming. I will say in German if you guys wants to also kind of join this questionnaire, ask me. So let's just get started. I think it can be showed, right? It can be showed as in this platform auto.de, and there's some fenster, there's some windows, like you can check the questionnaire and so on. I guess usually, for example, for some long questionnaire, usually it needs a lot of time. For example, 10 to 20 minutes. Usually, if it's very difficult or very hard, and they will give the person who join in this questionnaire a little benefits. For example, like €5 or €10. Um, because this kind of questionnaire always very annoying. It is because not the money amount which they put into this kind of questionnaire afterwards to reward those kind of people who join in this kind of questionnaire. It is because the question first included some private information at first, and the private information someone or maybe some people, they will not to give others private information. For example, like they can also design some questionnaire that only to question some core issue or core questions. But the problem is of this kind of questionnaire only about core issue that doesn't afterwards, after they're analyzed, they will not directly be used into some general problematic and so on. So it can be written as very specific problematic, but it will not applied into some our our daily life. So it will not count like contribution or contribute to our normal daily life. So it makes no sense if those kind of research for some specific intention or from specific question and to kind of concentrate some best part of some things or some issue that is only to satisfy the researcher or examiners their own interest. So it is to show off, and it is to show how well they are and how good they are in this kind of area, and use a lot of specific word to show others, oh, I know more as you do, and so I am kind of an expert in this kind of field. Or so it is kind of not to helping others, but the research absolutely cannot only inclusive some help intention, but as well many others intention and so on. So that's the first problem. And the second problem is that usually the formulation of one sentence or one question that is too difficult to understand if if they are from free will, and to help them do this questionnaire. And the third question about the questionnaire is that they need flip the paper, and they need click the next, and they need click the next page, and it is very energy consuming. It is very hard if that they are sitting somewhere and do not move at the same time, and bring the computer move to another from one place to another place. So it is very hard for them. If they only come from the free will and so on, they gain rewards, but it depends on €5. What can you buy from €5 or €10? Usually, you can only buy some small goods in the drogerie market, for example, like DM or Rossmann, and some mask or some daily products, or a pen, or a blog, or some small goods, and so that it will not linked to the part which they consuming, or require others to do this questionnaire. For example, like if you want to really do a questionnaire, you need at least a computer, or laptop, or a build stream, or screen. And the second, you need a tastature, you need a keyboard. And the third, that you need a mouse, and at least you need electricity in this sense. And and then if it is not designed in a paper format, and if it is online and be designed as digital form, then this is actually for our sets on the requirements which someone can attend those kind of questionnaires. So the compensation, if it is under €5 or under €10, that should be linked with something with electricity and utility, and so on. So in this sense, if they give them a charge band, then it's much better as if they give them some products for cosmetic and so on. So it is more rewards driven as other products if it is under €5 or under €10, under €10. So in this sense, I will think, okay, if, for example, like a tastature is too expensive compared to a questionnaire, and someone, if they get a tastature, like get a keyboard, then they will attend some kind of questionnaire. They will questioning afterwards. It is just a questionnaire. Why you need to give me a keyboard that doesn't need actually, and I will feel fearful if I get a keyboard because I put less effort. It's just a questionnaire, 3 minutes or 5 minutes, and it is not that much as they expected. Why? So in this sense, normally those kind of people who gain under those kind of circumstances and situation, they will be fearful of their gain, so they will question their gain, and they cannot totally fully make a usage of their gain. For example, like some keyboards only for a questionnaire and so on. That's the problem. So if, for example, like I can gain and afterwards, and those results of the questionnaire will be put into some research projects, put into some papers, and some statistic tables in papers, and so on. And the person who join in this kind of questionnaire, they will not gain feedback or result afterwards. They give their answers to those kind of questions. Even some questions are also private question, and actually under normal condition, the researchers and the questionnaire, they shouldn't know this kind of issues or kind of answers and so on. So if there is any feedback or feedback about the questionnaires results, and the person need to be informed through telephone, through emails, through post, and through any format. But in between this kind of time period before, between they gain some, they did the questionnaire, after they gain feedback of their research results, and after their research finally be implemented in some future time points. This is kind of a long time period, and the first between time period before they take the questionnaire, and after they finish the questionnaire and give to the researchers team and so on, and after the research team collect the results and make some analyze with it, and to give some individual some feedbacks. This, if it is individual questionnaire, and those questionnaire to be distributed in few people, then means at least you need to wait a long time period, as 4 weeks or 5 weeks or 3 months. And after their paper be published, like 1.5 year, after 1.5 year, who then cares about that moment, 3 minutes? But who knows that 3 minutes make a lot of huge effect. But those kind of huge effect, that is not belong to the person who answered this kind of questionnaire. It belongs to the person who designed this kind of questionnaire, who analyzed them. So in this sense, from their perspective, who designed this kind of questionnaire, they want too much from a single person who only spent their three minutes time. Is that only 3 minutes? Is that only 3 minutes afterwards? They are also kind of implicit drawing this kind of their research projects, or implicit drawing, and this is kind of confusing, and this is also time consuming if they think at the same time as they do, but they absolutely not bother not bother the questionnaire. So if you think a questionnaire only for €5 or €10 or €20, and in order to change someone to some others 3 minutes, that I think is too late actually. And afterwards, once this analysis be done, and one paper is, for example, like €20 or €25, and everyone must pay €25 in order to get their results, their answer results, and so that is kind of long time period. So it is means whether I will draw in this, will do this, all this questionnaire from auto.de, absolutely not beneficial. And if I do this questionnaire, and what can I get from this kind of website? If I don't say some bad words, I say something that upon my calculation and upon my thinking pattern and so on. So yeah, but usually the research team that will not give the people who join in this kind of questionnaire feedback. Why? Because there are too many samples. There are too many people joining this questionnaire. They cannot identify them afterwards. If they give them the individual feedback, that is too costly and that is too time consuming. And so after 2 years, after 1.5 year, and who care about this kind of results? And but the researcher will use that. But okay, we'll use that to make some statistic table in their papers and to make some conclusions. But usually the researcher team, they always have the good intention or to publish the paper. Absolutely, they review something and absolutely do something for the whole society, not for themselves, right? That is the most common aspect for research team. But after 2 years and your paper published, and then you can make a lot of benefits from those kinds of papers, to do some for talk, to do some speech about papers and so on. And everyone should pay €20. €20 is a lot for individual, every person, and individual person means that, for example, like you can earn a lot of money. So why in this sense I will enable you to do this questionnaire, even except this kind of questionnaire was from auto.de, because auto.de we have some deep emotional link. Like I ever since as well that auto.de is kind of reliable platform, even that they don't have a lot of products to supply as Amazon.de. So in this sense, I will do this questionnaire only under those kind of circumstance, and only under those kind of requirements, and I will do this questionnaire. Otherwise, I don't think the pure money amount or pure money shine will really give others some true information and so on. So it's my point of view. Just a little thoughts. Yeah, just let's see what they are questioning. Okay. Okay, fertig. The design of this questionnaire is a little bit easy. Yeah, I hope I can say more things about it, and not only to choose some options. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I just close it. Today maybe I will have two small packages with me, but yeah, good to know. Mm, okay. Okay, let's listen some music, but I will put them in my private um Um, Okay, guys, I got some challenge from another YouTube channel who have a lot of study live stream because nearly 20 live stream I can overcome this study live streamer. Um, Somehow from yesterday that they start to get nervous. Um, so it is kind of challenge because we are the similar study channel. So if you really worry about that I catch up you, and please don't worry about it. And I hope you that can try not be compete with me because I don't like competition at all. So in this sense, if you are capturing my study live stream, and it never mind, and if you think that I will catch up you and as well. So yeah, just let's get started. Yeah. I am back in study. I got a little bit break because I find that I cannot like in this um in this situation to continue because I got a lot of problems and problematics. Um, um, I don't know how to explain because I got a lot of thoughts currently, and first is that about this Vorlesung today. Yeah, absolutely. I don't prepared for it, but the problem is here that whether it should okay, to say in another way, for example, like yesterday, I tried a new way to remember the content, the study content. Although that the way of to put notes into video and to make them into some video format is kind of time consuming because compared to just write down in the papers and in the paper format or any format, for example, like good notes and the notability and so on, to make the notes and to make the knowledge, the content, the PowerPoint slides content into video. And one is that very time consuming. Another one is that it is a little bit hard to converge into some memory area of brain, maybe. Because once we watch the video and we will jump a lot and we cannot specifically positioning where is that be recorded, but if that is written in the paper, then it's a little bit easier, right? So a little bit easier because then we know, okay, it's all the paper and we only have the limited page of to write things down. And their only difference whether we write one-sided or two-sided. And the only action is to taking notes like this way, and the very energy consuming behavior in this note taking process is only to flip your paper into another side or just tear down your paper. This is the heaviest action which I can think of when you have those kind of note-taking behavior. Okay, but the problem is now that I also face this kind of micro-analysis and whether I should put the content into video, convert them into video, and make extra video about the notes which I took today at the class, and to use my voiceover and use voiceover to make some understanding of it. If, for example, like this kind of way is beneficial for me, then it should be okay. But if it is not beneficial for me, then what should I deal with this issue? For example, like if now I know that if I take in the notes, for example, the just writing is the most beneficial way, and whether should I in this sense just like write, but I don't think the writing only write will make me remember. So in this sense, I have another choice to choose to just write in a Karteikarte, this Karteikarte, but it's more or less like prepare for exam, but still have a little bit time for until exam. So in this sense, I really wondered, and as well, if I directly, the easiest way maybe is I directly speak in my study live stream, so that we'll have some recordings, and so maybe will help me to understand. Okay, yeah. Today we have definition 4 and definition 5. Definition 4 as a class, or before the professor talked anything about definition 4, and he mentioned something about consumers' preferences and production side for each firm, that technology, labor relatively to price, and so on. Those kind of microscope issue, and the definition 4 is an allocation xy and a price vector small p belong to RL constitute. So in this sense, I was considering this word constitute. Why they put the constitute here? Because the constitute, this word is kind of very format, like you are in some hearing, and like some constitute, like some public law and so on. And for example, like if you want to learn something from public law, and the one when the council, for example, they constitute or construct some kind of law, and in this sense, for me, like construct is already a high word beyond formulate, beyond for format and so on. But they use constitute, that is even higher and more complicated and more meaningful than construction or construct, because you can construct everything, but constitute is kind of word description that only describe a certain content in this definition, or something similar and so on. So why in these things that they put definition 4, that constitute instead of construct and formulate Bayesian equilibrium and of sigma p. So make me just wonder. For example, like if I directly write the definition 4, and yeah, maybe I will, yeah, okay, I will look first, or maybe I can find in the textbook and so on. So the textbook general equilibrium, and today as well, the professor mentioned partial equilibrium. That is, yeah, okay. So after class, I only write private ownership economy. So in these things, I was a little bit confusing with the problematic about private ownership or public ownership in economy, because it does make difference. For example, like private owned or public owned. Public owned, like some government institutions and so on, but private owned some companies and so on. Yeah, as my mama said, or as I from non-scientific perspective, but from others say and so on. I know that if the company is private owned, means that the the company's activity and the structure of company was not so fixed. It is like more or less more or less they are not that much regulated by government, or they don't have some insurance like health insurance for their employer and so on. So if, for example, like the employers work for some companies that are private owned, maybe they will gain high wages, but their insurance and their life insurance maybe will not have the same compared to some state-owned companies and so on. In this sense, for example, we talk about some think tank or some institutions, organizations, if they are employer only work for some to deal with some issue that without any physical format, that means that they are only purely mindly interacted with each other. For example, I think some feasible plan to feasible solutions for some client and so on. In this sense, they are less depending on the physical existence, but more or less the mindly interaction. So the problem is here. If this problem brings to comparison between public owned and private owned company, it makes huge difference, because it could be that the people do not trust each other, or the government regulation will give them some law or some rules to regulate their rights, so that they cannot like thinking freely or exchanging their mind very freely. So that's somehow restricted. So in this sense, wage was not just a criterion to define whether a job is good or not. So so in this sense, I really considering, because even sometimes I was not sitting on the desk, but really considering every second. And so the problem is, if the wage and doesn't be the only judge criterion for a work or for a job, whether that is good or bad, especially for those kind of companies, give the clients some solutions and let them to solve their problematic, instead of only have some physical existence and so on. So in this sense, for me, that I prefer some mind generating institutions or organizations, because it is means that you will always be happy, or you will have a lot high satisfaction of your work and high satisfaction of your jobs. So at the same time means that means that means that you do not compensate yourself that much as if you work in some companies or institutions that doesn't have that much mindly interaction. What I mean in this sense, I mean that you don't need observe a lot of bad energy, if we say in simply word. So because everyone if everyone can working in a very pleasant working environment, and their life insurance and their job satisfaction was all satisfied the requirement from both sides, from employer and employee side, then then it means then it means that the high or low of wage doesn't determine whether that they are in a good position of their job or bad position of their job whatsoever. So that's the issue which I think of, which I just think that is important, and that's the reason maybe I wrote private ownership economy. And economy is a little bit complex than organizations or companies or firms. It is about different. Yeah, okay. So I will avoid to talk about problematic or issues of economy, because I still at the very beginning stage of studying the subject. So I will not directly say, okay, economy is what. Until now, I still don't know what is actually economy. So I will wait till the 2 to 3 points to come, and there are to define from my point of view what it actually is economy. But from my currently situation, I think I am not able to define what is actually economy. So in this sense, I only know that from my private experience that what is kind of understanding of private and public owned companies and organizations or institutions. Okay, so here, okay. So the previous PowerPoint also shows what is actually private ownership economy. In the definition which professor gives us, is that in a private ownership economy, consumer, for example, me, defined in mathematical notation, I owns the initial endowment. Initial endowment is how many goods or how many things that you already have. With omega bar E belong to RL, and a share theta E yacht belong to 1 0. So theta is a portion of firm's yacht profits. Means that private ownership means that what you already have in your initial state, and how many portion that you have from a company. Here is profits, is not profile. Profile means the description and the information introductory information of a company of a firm, but here means firms yacht profits. Profits means revenue. How many you can eat together with a company if a company is a person, right? So if this consumer I owns the initial endowment, right? Initial endowment is a little bit difficult to understand because here's difference. So initial and endowment. Endowment is someone will understand as gifts, but it's hard to say. And so if you want to say that is gifts, that is too special. So endowment is just how many things that you have. Everything counts. Maybe I don't know. I don't know the exact definition of endowment, but okay, initial the endowment you already have from your born, yeah, then from parents, from family, and so on. So that is endowment or possessions which you have from the person which have the blood relation with you. So that is an initial endowment. So what to differentiating endowment and initial endowment means that initial endowment included blood relation and the person who has the blood directly relationship with you and have the blood relation with you, then can enable you have in initial endowment. And endowment without initial means afterwards maybe you earn something. After your graduation, you got a job, you got a work, and somewhere else place, and to earn a wage and to minus your expense and costs, and then how many can you save for yourself, and it's the savings after you have a job, so you earned it and you worked, put your effort and labor into your work, and so that you get that endowment. So it's afterwards endowment after you satisfy the society's requirement, and then you get something means that endowment. Otherwise, it is initial endowment that you do not need put any efforts into it. You just have as it is, and you just have without taking any effort. Which one I prefer? It oh, I don't know because I don't have initial endowment. I don't have the initial gifts. So every single having some single belonging must take a lot of efforts to get, and I do not have that initial endowment, so I don't know what is actually initial endowment. Afterwards the endowment that without initial state after your marriage, and or not too extreme to speak, that is marriage, maybe maybe after your work and put your efforts and to gain, or or for example some Fremdkapital. Fremdkapital is some capital that comes from others, for example, like from your classmates and from kindergarten to university and to master to PD and to post PD and so on. And after you're born and you start living in some kind of environment which be called as society, and in this society, and there is not non people exist in this society. There are a lot of society socially interaction between peoples who exist in the same circle, and this kind of endowment can also be learned by or shared by your pair, and your the people who have the similar ages as you, or who share the similar experience as you, so you can learn from them. And if they have endowment and they, yeah, so means that private ownership economy, absolutely. I think from my point of view, this is kind of simplified version what is actually private ownership economy. If everything can think so easily, then should be fine. Because consumer 1 owns the initial endowment omega E bar should be belong to RL, and a share of company's profits. So here is another question. Um, why mm, so yeah, and we have they have um, some of their initial endowment, and the theta is the the sum of theta is 1 for uh, for 1 till big yacht. And a private ownership economy is described by this equation with big X and big Y, and initial endowment omega bar, and so on. Yeah. Okay. Definition 4 is that the first is for all yacht, PY yacht stehen prefere as PY yacht for all Y yacht belong to big Y profit maximization. Okay, we can simplify it, right? I can simplify, right? That, for example, like the first one is Stern means maximum, and the second one is for all I equal to 1 till big I xe Stern xe star is maxima for bigger than E in the budget set. Um, Okay, I will quickly get this done, and I think it's not so complicated as I think. And today I wrote something in the lecture that it's also important to know what is first welfare theorem. Absolutely, first welfare theorem. Maybe that is the first sentence of welfare economics. Who knows? That is a cost that may be the same, maybe not. I don't know. So they said that Pareto optimum outcomes, feasible allocation. But in this sense, actually, I remember that is feasible. Feasible plan, for example, feasible policy, for example, but they meant here is feasible allocation. Yeah, okay, allocation. Absolutely, I can understand that allocation is about x, y. X is individual and y is products. Okay, so here is some remark like to remind students or remind others that is not written in the lecture slides. It's about Oscar Lange. I don't know this economist, and as professor said, this economist is from Chicago school, and during World War II, and it is a kind of remembering of market socialists. So market socialists, yeah, and value in price, but value is not price. Here is very important because value in price, and you pay something, but maybe you don't pay actual value in it. Some goods maybe we paid just for randomly, and for some needs, and needs doesn't create any value in this sense. So in this yeah, in this meaning, or in this meaning that value is not price, but value is value in price. Value can be examined in price. If you buy something like high price, low price, and so on, means high value and low value. But value, it can be not easily by price be mirrored. So that is in partial equilibrium. Actually, I wonder because in this lecture slides that the title was general equilibrium, but the professor said that something about partial equilibrium. I wondered, and there are a lot of as well in definition 5. Definition 5 is already passed, and the second part of second chapter is that about first fundamental welfare theorem, and 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 there is something important to remember by the definitions of price equilibrium with transfers. A reason equilibrium embody a number of implicit assumptions. So there are a lot of implicit assumptions to remember. And first is perfect competition. Perfect competition means no agent has market power, so no one can determine. Also, except professor, that they can determine the examination paper, and they can know what gonna come in the examination. Otherwise, if they are competitor, and competitor means they still don't have the grades yet, they don't have the six credit points yet. So if they don't have, they should be equal. They should be stand in the equal line, and to just have a race and have a competition, right? So if they have competition, means that no agent has market power. If you think, for example, like every individual as agent, it is possible. Okay, so all are price takers. Price takers means that they don't have power to determine price. Only professor and Prüfungsbüro has the price determination power. So as students, we don't. But upon experience, the competitor and the students, for example, like they can guess what's gonna be the price Okay, usually that is what and what, and because for me that is not the first exam for me, so I will not pretend the first semester students, so I somehow know the price. But for example, like some students are newcomer and they don't know price, and so they will have a perception that someone's guessing price, someone bidding price, but actually it's not. And usually they will, for example, like one 60 credit points lecture, and they will write two blocks, for example, two blocks, and with that more better quality paper and two notebooks. Okay, that's standard. So if you want to add something, or you want to make that difficult, or want to hard to let them hard to remember, that is fine. That is okay. So then the price should be something somehow others, right? That's the perfect competition, and without any manipulation. And so the second is perfect information. Perfect information I also write here as market for lemons. This kind of remind me think of a small book which about external effect 市场失灵. So in the market something doesn't work. Okay. Externality, market externality. So this book somehow similar as Unstable Hand in Adam Smith's book, and so on, 国富论. And as well in the lecture slides, they define all agents, know all prices, and the quality of all the goods. Yeah, so they mean here quality, not the quantity. So yeah, and the complete markets. Complete markets means a market for each goods. There is a market for each good, not each goods, even when goods are characterized by their time of availability or the state of nature. Cool, because the state of nature is a pursuing state that from my point of view, I at least want this kind of state of nature, state of nature. And when goods are characterized by their time of availability, so when they will available in the markets, and when they available, and what kind of characteristics they carry on with them for each good, the market for each good, not good bond. A bunch of good is not a bunch of good, it's just single good. Okay, so that means the complete markets. And as well, I wrote the absence of externalities, consumption externalities, negative externalities, and so on. So absence of externalities, no bothering. So okay, no one questioning, and no noises, and there are no consumption or production externalities, and no public goods. Why public goods always bothering? Because they cannot be boundaried. Okay, so because public goods they cannot be against. Okay, so they cannot be categorized, because some goods belong to public goods, some are not. For example, like public lecture, some lecture they will directly write as public lecture, then the others know, okay, this is public good. But for example, like lectures which happen in a faculty or university, and actually they are not open to everyone, but they are don't close the door. They are don't close the door, and they are don't close the door means that if anyone wants to study the same content, they have the access to this kind of lecture. But yeah, but there is too complicated if they talk about the public goods and so on. And nonetheless, the first fundamental welfare theorem offers a very important benchmark. yeah, benchmark standard. Okay, so yeah, and come to the chapter 2.3, the second fundamental welfare theory, 16D. 16D is definition six. Definition six. Um, I wrote something about increasing incomes, society income, are maximizing price equilibrium. In price quasi-equilibrium, Px star smaller than omega, P ma x1 bigger than x1 star can can be known to can leading to uh, omega ma xe bigger than omega e. Um, I think the definition six is a core point in allocation, which consists of x star and y star and a price vector. Price vector p belong to RL constitutes a price quasi equilibrium with transfers of epsilon. If there is a Wells assignment, omega belong to omega 1 to omega big I with sum of omega e, small omega e is equal to p ma omega bar plus a zoom of price ma epsilon yacht star. So price ma portion of the Unternehmensanteil, the company's portion, the company's yeah, and company's the share of company, the share of company is such that one is for all companies, star is better. The second one is for every individual, non-star is better. And with p price p multiply xe is bigger than omega e, means that in the markets exists actually more goods as you can afford of. And for all small xe belong to big xe. Okay. The third one is the sum of big E x small e is equal to omega bar, so average wealth, average income, plus zoom of e small yacht from one to big yacht, y yacht, and the yeah, okay. Okay. And um, SHT means separating people playing theorem. Single point is means not singularity, and consumption bond that gives you the same. Okay, I'll just continue. And there another reminder. I said Z is convex if A belong to big Z and B belong to big Z, implies lambda A plus 1 comma 1 minus lambda comma B belong to big Z for all lambda belong to 1 to 0 to 1. And theory 2, consider an economy epsilon. I don't know this is epsilon or not. This is this one, and I don't know what this might called. It could be epsilon, but here is a little bit difficult now to opposite 3. 3. Okay. So consider an economy epsilon such that every big Y yacht is convex, and second convex, every preference relation bigger than E is locally non-stantiated. Okay, locally non-stantiated. Every preference bigger than is convex. For example, small x e prime belong to big X E 竖杠 X E prime bigger equal than E. Small e is convex for every small x e belong to bigger X E. So then for every Pareto optimal allocation X star Y star with comma, there exists a price vector P belong to RL empty set such that X star Y star P with comma is a price quasi-equilibrium with transfers. A price quasi-equilibrium with transfers. Interesting. Equilibrium only for price, only for demand, only for demanding side. price, price, quantity, yeah, price equilibrium. So and the proof employs the proof employs the separating hyperplane theorem. This is considered a convex set B belong to R whole n and some small x belong to big R whole n such that small x don't belong to B. Difficult, a little bit difficult means that a convex set B belong to R whole n and x as well. Uh, um, uh, yeah, but they have different mathematical notation because small x, that is not a set. So that is 实数, the real number. So the real number that you write somehow other mathematical notation as if that is a set. So the set is a kind of u, and the small x is somehow others. Okay, such that x don't belong to B. Yeah, okay, this is yeah, this is here, I guess. Um, yeah, or here. Yeah. So yeah, this graphic they are drawing here, that B is this set and with a line and X is crossover and it's crossroad in another side. So yeah, okay. Yeah, why it is called separating hyperplane theorem? Hyperplane, that is that is extreme beyond plane theorem. Okay, separating them, just like don't belong to any of them. Sketch of the main arguments for the second fundamental theory of welfare economics in the case of a pure exchange economy. Consider set big V. Big V here is okay. Here is big V is um, aggregate bounds of resources that would allow us to make each agent strictly better off. Make each agent strictly better off. Aggregate, aggregate, aggregate bounds of resources. Resources could be anything like electricity or a bunch of fruit, bunch of junk food, bunch bunch of healthy food, bunch of breads, and bunch, right? So so strictly better off since preferences are concave. Big V is itself convex. Since small x star is Pareto optimum, and they have big V converge with omega bar is equal to empty set, so they don't converge. 沙的 And there are only two claims left. One is xe bigger equal than star for all individual price bigger than r ended by local non-satiation. For every e there is x dach x e dach arbitrarily close to xe such that xe dach bigger than a star, so p bigger equal than r, so that is by the previous observation. Therefore they get p bigger equal than r by considering the limits xe dach to xe. Claim 2 is about price. Price omega bar equal to R, and the sum of xe with star ended by feasibility. P is equal to P with goods with star equal to P omega bar. Goods with star like Amazon.de, that you buy the goods from Amazon.de but use Visa card. It is like the situation which they are restricting my living situation and my reality. Even I am not a single student who representing them. I lost my I lost the wallet, and they before after they build the store, and then build the store. It is because they want to steal my wallet. Okay, for example, and this whole course is to show me how to let students lost their wallet and cannot buy anything through Amazon.de use Visa card. Hmm, interesting. So the claim 2 is that square eyes absolutely. So claim 2 ended by feasibility. P is equal to P omega bar by the, yeah, that's why the environment, the current living situation becomes so quiet, and that is so unnormal, and that is not possible to have so quiet moment to study. And besides, they can take some essential part, essential belonging of you, right? So yeah. And that's the claim 2. And today's lecture is only about it's only till page 17. So yeah, there are a lot of limitations that whatsoever. It is the whole course to teach others how to let someone lost their home belongings, and but it's not just a wallet and so on. How to teach others, let them to lost everything, become bankruptcy, and so on. And there are two cannot finish the study to go to China study in Goethe University. So yeah, cool. Okay, I think in this sense, I am finished the review today's lecture, and see you guys in next study live stream. Bye. Hope you have a well study session. Bye.